Well, hello there. And welcome back for some more game dev. Yes. Lazy Sunday stream coming up. Oh, damn. That's not good. Luckily I know what the problem is here, but this wasn't a good start today. I need to rebuild my Zig part. My Zig code. Let's do that quickly. And we will be right back. So yeah, this is what happens when you work on two different machines. I thought I had synced everything, and I probably had, but I hadn't rebuilt it on this one. There we go. That's better. Yeah, so one thing that I have sort of, it's kind of both like a blessing and a curse, is that I have these what do you call these, thumbnails here for all the meshes and things like that. So you have here the vehicles, gameplay objects, trees, that kind of stuff. And that means that we have to sort of load all of the objects in the game, all of the things that actually have a thumbnail. We have to load like a certain portion of that, which means that if there is something wrong with the data, I sort of get notified immediately. That's been kind of handy in a number of cases. If you have some out-of-date stuff, you realize that pretty quickly. And that's nice. Right. So, since last time, I've done a little bit of more tech work. Last time, if you were on the last stream, I did mostly memory optimizations and things like that. Sort of strictly engine level things. And I haven't really done engine level changes since the grass rendering. This thing. I've been concentrating mostly on the game, but yeah, did a few optimizations. I actually continued doing that, making some preparations for like light mapping the scene properly, that sort of thing. We have this semi-annoying case currently where we have like a portion of the level is light mapped, this one here, and this one looks kind of nice. You get proper dark areas inside of the house here, for example, things like this. Very sort of nice and smooth ambient lighting. And of course we have light probes that handle the dynamic objects. But then if you have this enabled, if you have light maps enabled, when you go outside of this area, it looks like this. And this just looks wrong, right? I think we can all agree that if we turn these off, they look better. And the reason this is that the light map textures have been sort of cleared to an unfortunately low color, like a dark color, which means that everything, especially well, not everything actually, but the terrain gets sort of darker outside of the areas that are actually light mapped. Also means that you can see the border of the grass really well. And of course this border area here where the big plain meets the actual terrain. And that's kind of annoying. So I've fixed that, but I haven't rebaked the light maps yet, because baking light maps is a very slow process in the Basis engine. It's not really optimized for that sort of rendering work. Annoyingly slow, shall we say. So I haven't done that yet, but But yeah, this work should allow us to actually keep light maps on, even though we haven't light mapped the whole area, which is just gonna make everything look nicer, and we will get sort of like a more sort of representative view of what the level is actually gonna look like sooner than we otherwise would, which is nice. It's just very nice. But other than that, except for some small tweaks to like the cliff here, we are basically where we stopped last time. Let's play the game quickly, and just to make sure that we have everything working here locally. And I'm gonna play it from like it's an actual standalone game here to get the whole mission intro and everything. Yep, looks good. Looks good, looks good. Looks correct, that is the most important thing. Doesn't look good, necessarily, not all the places anyway, but it looks correct. It looks like we're expecting it to, so that's the most important part. Right, now then, I was thinking I would start with doing something a little crazy, and let's see if my computer can actually handle it. We have this huge plane here. This plane is made up of a number of boxes, really. They're just really large, flat boxes. You can actually see it better in the editor. So let's go to the editor here, and we can select, I'm gonna get rid of probably like the fog, at least for the time being. Here's like one box. It's really huge. These things are so large that like I actually have some issues properly rendering them if you want to see the whole thing, because like my Z buffer is not really set up for this sort of thing, and neither is my draw distance. We have one box here, we have another box like here, and then we have another box here. And there's some issues with this setup. First of all, they are primitive geometry objects, which you can see here. Primitive geometry object component, which is really handy to do all kinds of things. Like these pipelines here, for example, are also primitive geometry objects. And indeed, these details, mountains and whatever in the background are also primitive geometry object, but you can't really do much modification of them. You can change the material and play around a little bit with like the UVs, but you can't really reshape them. You can just change them from like a box to a sphere or a cylinder, that sort of thing. And so if I would like to have these roads here that are they're getting more faint here, as you can see. This is of course the terrain that has been painted like this. But I don't want them to stop completely, like over here. I would want it to continue like a bit further, so that then when we turn on the fog again, you get a sort of nice sense of this being like a big place here. Can't really do that because I can't really paint this thing like as it is. Another problem is that we have this very strange phenomenon. If you put the camera down here, this is not really super important. But if you look up at the sky and you put the camera down here, this happens. You're like, what is this? And it's not really like a really big problem unless you drive down here with the car. It just looks super strange. You're like, what is going on with the sky here all of a sudden? And then you drive upwards and you go above a certain level. It goes back to normal. And the reason why this is of course because this huge box is just cutting through this part of the level. It's sitting like right underneath this. And it's using another render pass, like the distant object pass, which is how we can render these things that are like many kilometers away. And that's why it's actually only visible on the sky here, because the depth is just completely messed up. It's like, what is this? Looks very weird. Anyway, it's not really an issue unless you go down here, and there's nothing there. The critical path forces you to go down there, but still annoys me. So what I was thinking is to solve all of these problems, is that I would create a huge mesh, almost sort of like a height map. It's not a true height map or anything like that. Height map object is actually a mesh object, but we can kind of like treat it as a height map, at least for the time being. Which of course would mean that we could just cut it out here. It wouldn't actually have to reach this place at all. And then we could also just properly texture it and paint these things further onto it. And as an added bonus, I could also have sort of height differences here in the plane, which would just look pretty nice, I think. So let's try to do that. But the thing I talked about being potentially a little heavy for the machine is if we use a quick mesh for this. And for those of you who aren't aware, quick mesh is it's an object that uses my my Blender sync system, which means that we can just throw data back and forth between the game and Blender very easily. And that system is really handy for this sort of thing, because we can just essentially yoink a piece of the level right out of the level editor and put it in Blender, so that you can have it as a sort of a guide, right? So let's do something like 300. You get a volume that represents roughly this part of the level. Let's see what happens if I now edit this in Blender. Takes a little while to export, because it's going to export all the objects from the level data. Like this, you can see that even Blender sort of struggles a little bit with this render distance here. But I think we will manage. Right, so this looks weird. There's like a cutout here. So what is that cutout? Alright, is it that one? No, it's not that one. That's weird. Why don't I get the colors that I expect out of this guy? A wire color. Color. That's the one I want. What is wire color? That's like wireframe colors, is it? Interesting. Can that be random as well? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, you get this cutout here, and that's just because these huge objects are sort of overlapping a little bit, which is weird. But what we can do here is we can basically take this guy, that's plane number 3, and just delete this guy. Bye bye. Go away. And then probably also that guy. And then I think what we'll do is just finish editing. That's fine. I'm gonna make this a bit larger so that I get more of the. I don't know how large I dare make this. This should now basically cover the entire part of the level that we're interested in. But it's gonna basically export like half of our level as an OBJ file. So this might take a while. Let's see what happens. Edit in Blender. Alright. Here we go. And Blender is a good champ and just opens the whole thing. That's nice. Now we can do like open this and go into edit mode. It takes ages. Select everything and merge by distance. And this is probably gonna get rid of like a couple of million points or something. You get the countdown here in just a second. Oh, did I miss it? I probably did. It was probably there, but boy. Let's see. System console. So, how many is that? That is like 2,467,350 vertices got removed. So, yeah, quite a lot. But yeah, now we have sort of a piece of the level which is actual level geometry right here, and now we want to create a huge mesh that sort of comes up flush against this guy. Doesn't go into this pit here, but still continues over there. So can we make that happen? I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So we'll just take this cube and we'll delete all the vertices, and then we'll add a plane. And we scale the plane up quite a bit. Probably scale it still. It's still like nowhere near as big as it needs to be, but that's fine. Move it along Y. So now if you scale it up to like 3 times, right, this is getting a little difficult to work with considering this draw distance here. Let's see if I can I actually like adjust the draw distance by let's see, viewport. Let me actually Google this thing. Viewport clipping distance. 3D view. Right, let's see. 3D cursor. Oh, right. So it's here somewhere, is it? It's kind of interesting that I use this stuff so seldom. Actually, change these things that I have no idea where to actually find this thing. Scene, right? We don't want any scenes. But this is this like now the rigid body? No. View layer, alright. Yeah, that doesn't look correct either. Render. Is it actually here? Yeah, alright. Right, okay, so here is the thing. This is what we want. So we want to make that larger. Let's make it like 2000. And you can see we got some crazy Z buffering here. And the more we actually, the larger we make this, the worse that is going to be, right? Make it like 500. You can see that the accuracy here actually increases quite a lot. make it something really quite small, then obviously it goes away. But the accuracy increases, and if you make it larger, it just becomes worse. Can be a little difficult to see, but the sort of artifacts, they actually become larger here. Make that like 10,000. Yeah, that should give us a reasonable distance to work with, but that's a little too much. Maybe 5,000 is fine. Maybe even 4,000 is fine. Yeah, 4,000 is probably fine. Even 3,000 will work. I think this is kind of like the size of the plane that we need. And since it is Z fighting here, it is kind of reasonable to believe that this is actually hitting the terrain pretty spot on, but it's not actually, as you can see. Terrain is sort of going a little bit below it. So I want to actually move this guy a little downwards. So there we're actually starting to see the edge of the terrain there. I don't know if we want to go that far. Maybe we are. Yeah, let's have a look at what this actually looks like in the editor now. Let's hope this, this thing doesn't crash. I mean, the object is still very, very simple. It's just a large box. It's like eight vertices, right? But it is possible that we're reaching some kind of weird limit with Blender here. Level editor is still fine, but it hasn't received any data back from Blender. Alright. Yeah, I warned you this might happen. OBS Studio is using most of the stuff. Blender, are you doing anything? Yo. Yeah, that's not great. That doesn't look good. Did we break Blender? It is possible that it's somehow like getting rid of the surroundings object data or something. That is the thing that is really large here. We have like half of the level now in one Blender file. Oh, do I have Spotify open? Why are you open? That's not good. Let's get rid of you. Thank you very much. Okay, so Blender died on us. That's not good. Bye-bye, Blender. Let's try that again. With a slightly perhaps... well, let's try with the same settings, but let's not make that many actual changes to the thing. Let's just see if we can get the data to flow back and forth. So now we're exporting the surrounding objects. That's like half of the level, as I mentioned. But you can clearly see that Blender can open it pretty fine, so it's not really a problem. All right, we haven't actually started a new instance of Blender here. Alright, and here is the thing again. Good. So the only thing I'm gonna do now is basically take this guy, delete the vertices, put in a plane, scale up the plane, let's say 10 times. So we should see that guy, and now try to send this back. It is possible that it's these surrounding objects that just broke it, but probably not. Actually, that went really well. So now we should have the plane there, and we do. Yay! Beautiful plane. Cool plane, bro. Now, there's no reason why we couldn't just make that ridiculously large again. I wonder if we just found some weird crash in Blender there. I don't really see why it would have stopped responding to us earlier. Let's again make the view distance end like 3000. Now we can make this scale 20, actually 200, actually not 200, 100. Right, 100, is that enough? Might be enough and more. Move it to this side though. Yeah, I think like the edge should be somewhere around there probably. Okay, can we move this back? Yeah, it seems to work fine. So now we have this huge object, which probably needs to be a little larger than, or like reach a little further than that. I think I'm gonna want to have it reach as far as the previous one did. And here, if you somehow can make the camera reach this place, you don't really want to see the end of that there. There's going to be fog, but you can still probably see the end, especially when we put some other material on it. Alright. So let's make that be a thing. How far did the previous plane reach though? You can actually just play the game and see. I don't actually even want to load the mission. I just load the level here manually, and we can kind of eye this. If we turn off the fog here, take the fog away. Okay, well actually, it's not super huge. This guy is pretty much like smack in the middle of the edge and the level edge there. So what is it looking like here? Right, so we can't actually see this object currently because it is using that aforementioned distant object rendering. We can toggle it on and off here and you can see that it appears here. I'm gonna fix that in a moment, but in the meantime, just make sure this object is the right size, and I think it basically is. I think it basically is the right size. Might even be slightly larger than the previous plane. So that's perfect. We can get rid of this plane now. Bye-bye. And this is actually a really good starting point. I'm going to save the level here. So now we have a really good starting point for making this plane the correct shape. And we want to treat it kind of like a height map, but not really, because we don't need it to be sort of tessellated equally everywhere. But the first thing I'm going to do is actually extend this a bit further. Like we saw, we kind of want it to be extended a bit further. And then we'll want to cut out this pit here. This is one of the problems, as we saw previously with this whole thing, is that it reaches into that pit and we don't want that. Let's make sure it's at the right height first of all. This is tricky to do. We don't have any vertices to focus on. Let's use like one of those vertices of the car there. And you can see, yeah, you get like every single freaking pixel in the whole scene exported as part of this. Luckily, Blender is such a champ that it just chews through all of that. Oh boy, that's not what I want. Go back to this, select this guy and that, and then we can move it down. Yeah, move it down further. I think something like that is probably fine. Because what I think we had previously with the change from like normal rendering to distant object rendering, you can't really see this edge here. The depth doesn't work sort of properly between those two anyway, so it's not really a problem. Right, and now we can start tessellating this a little bit. Let's do something like that, maybe. And like now we should in theory just be able to completely cut out that face. And that should be good. And then we basically don't want this thing to appear under the level at all. There's really no reason to have it under the level. There are only bad things with that. There are only cons with that. So let's have it like, let's cut it out right after this edge here. Move it along Y, like so. And maybe we'll need to add one here as well. Something like that, I think, is good. Now we can start to select these things that are under the level and just removing them. We don't need these guys. Indeed, we don't want those guys. Right, here we have some holes in the level that I just haven't bothered filling in because realistically you should never have the camera there. Just like this mesh here kind of just stops here, and you can see the terrain under it because no one should ever go there. And if they do, then that's fine by me as well. I don't mind. But I'm not gonna waste any geometry on it. Right, something like that maybe. That should now fix all of those issues that we had with the actual terrain, or the plane. So let's see about sending that back to the editor. And there we go. Now we don't have this weird thing here with the incorrect depth sorting anymore. Everything is A-OK. Nice. Right, okay, so we have a little bit of Z fighting there. We have a little bit of Z fighting there. Yeah, all of that is also going to go away when we get the... when we make like the proper material, which is... Perhaps that is what we should do next. So basically it needs like the same kind of material as these clouds. So what is this? That's a sky/cloud 4. let's look at the... Actually, yeah, I want to go here first and just see what material it is using. Is it maybe here? It's not, it's probably in Sky. Sky Cloud 4. It uses Game Sky Clouds 2.bin material. So Game Sky Clouds 2. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. This is we can open that up with probably with some blind text, at least for now. So this is an old style material. Nowadays I typically use like node-based things. This is not one of those. And you can see actually we have one pass in this material. So there's a list where there is one object. The name is distant object. It uses a cloud bin shader with alpha blending. And then it has some texture that it samples it from. It's kind of simple stuff in a sense. But that's a little annoying that we have to do it with that sort of system. Can we... I don't remember. Does this thing actually support like... right, we have distant objects here. I wonder if the material editor actually supports distant objects. Like, have I have I basically ever done that with anything? Let's see. If we open one of these guys, we can see that they're just JSON. We have ID opaque, distant objects, state disabled. Yeah. Can I somehow figure out? Let's open this in Notepad++. And show all characters. So it's CRLF. That is the... It's using like Windows new lines. Basically what I'm trying to find here, or like distant objects, like find basically these two things. State disabled, actually get just that for now, state disabled, and then do it like an extended search here, so we will do CRLF, so that would be RN. Can we find that thing there? We can't actually. Oh, that would be... Yeah, we have some tabs there, right? Or are those spaces? Those spaces or tabs? The spaces. So we have 8 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, so now we can find that. And if it's not disabled, then it will say something like node graph. State node graph. Like that, and then want to find that in like the whole project. So we basically go here. I want to search in basis node material. Find all. Hey, look at that. Smoke pillar. Distant objects. Okay, excellent. So game Merlin effects smoke pillar. This is actually a particle system material, but that's fine. It should work the same. So this guy probably has, yeah, it has only a distant objects pass. Doesn't cast any shadows or anything like that. there's a vertex shader, which this is just the normal vertex shader where you transform the vertices into world space. So we want to have that, and then we want to have a pixel shader, which probably looks a little something like this, but not necessarily exactly. Yes, we get the UVs, we sample some texture. We have something stored in the W. The W component of the instance contains the clip value. Right, and then we have a clip pixel thingy there. Okay. So I'm just gonna copy paste this guy. Game materials. Actually, let's put it in its correct place, which would probably be here. Refinery materials. We'll call this Great Plain. Get rid of that other one. So we don't need anything like that. What is this, by the way? That's the color. Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of the pixel one. Plug that in there. Specular color. It can probably be black. I don't know. We can get rid of all of that. That's related to the clipping. Object color. Just gonna plug that in there. Except we might want to have like, probably want to tweak that a little bit. So we have diffuse color, ambient color, specular color. We could just use those instead of doing this weird thing here. What do we have? Position, and we have normal. Those we want to plug in. This guy can probably be skipped altogether. We just have the UVs. And we probably want the diffuse texture, yeah. So we can get rid of that as well. And then we just have a bunch of parameters that we wanna. So texture parameter, that's gonna be diffuse texture, plug that in there. Color vector parameter, we have diffuse color. We have ambient color. And we have specular color. Can we just not plug that in? I think we might be able to do that, yeah. So specular. So receive shadows. Yeah, maybe we can leave that on for now at least. Fog is definitely on. That's important. We don't want any GI for that. Specular power is typically like 2 or something. But then we need to plug this in somehow, and I think I'd do some sort of strange mixing of those colors in my normal materials. Let's go to game. I think this is probably like the closest standard material to what we're doing now. All right, there's a diffuse texture color. No, that's actually quite okay. Oh, we even have a specular power. Probably have it here as well. Specular power. So we can just plug that in there. And then that would be diffuse texture color. Okay, simple. So that's fine. I will get just like a white gray-ish thing without any kind of well, milky white. Yeah. Let's make that be the checkerboard one. So that would be like the default, or is it fallback? Yeah, fallback diffuse texture. Let's use that for the time being. I'm gonna export this, make sure it builds. And it does. So now we can go back to the editor and we can do an override here. Great plane. And that looks almost the same, but we don't have these sea fighting issues anymore. If I undo that, you can see that they're back with a vengeance. Let's redo that. And you can also see that these guys are now appearing, because now they're sorted the same. These guys are rendered using the same render pass as this actual plane here. But yeah, if you go outside of this, you can see like some weird, really strange things happening here with the sorting. Well, that's fine. Camera won't go there. Right, so now we can sort of decide how we want to color this guy. Either we can color it, we can create a new texture and paint it, for example, in Blender, or then we can color it here from the material, from these color parameters there. I don't know which one is the better one. But I think what I want to do actually is move, now that we have this thing set up here, you know, nice and proper, I want to move this guy so that, yeah, quick mesh, this is the quick mesh for the desert plain, the Great Plain. I want to move this guy so that it actually sits over here, and then we can limit the like space here for limit the size of those surrounding objects. So now this thing is like incorrectly placed. Now we can go back into Blender with just this smaller setup here, and actually move the actual geometry back into place. It was something like that, wasn't it? Yeah, that looks good. I think it looks a little strange in Blender though. So let's see what that's about. Like there's a gap here. There's no gap here. What's that about? Let's move it a bit off that, and we'll keep editing, but we'll send the data to the engine for figuring out purposes. Oh, that's just because, okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine, actually. It's just that these the surrounding objects, it's a little tricky to select all of this. There we go. The surrounding objects are cut off of that at that point. So that should be fine. If we do this and we finish editing, go back here, and then we quite simply make this a little larger still. Have to make it pretty large actually to cover this entire thing. That's a little annoying. What if we actually did one more move of this guy? Move it like right over there. Because this is the important part where we actually sort of get kind of close to the plane object. like that. And now we can move it into place. The entire thing, thank you. Is that correct? It might not actually be. Let's see. I mean, it's correct enough. We don't have any things poking through here, but I don't know. This can now be moved a little further to the left or to the right, depending on where you're looking. We can do this, like update and keep editing, just make sure that the thing updates properly. Yeah. Yeah, this looks good. Doesn't it? Or yeah, actually have another corner here. Oh, you know what actually would make this easier? Let's cancel the edit. We have this great play material, and we're going to use that, but for now let's just do like a block out, and let's make it like block out red. And here we can immediately see, yeah, okay, we have some fixing up to do here. I'm gonna fix that now in Blender, not gonna move this object here anymore. What's going on here then? What's this then? That's just a mesh here, kind of reaching up to, or reaching down to touch it. That's fine. All right, so we just need to make a small change here. Probably actually this thing that needs to be moved that way. All right, is that enough? Yeah, that's enough. And it's flickering and doing all kinds of crazy things again, but that's just because we have the wrong rendering pass again. Now that we set it to use this red material. All right. Yeah, I think this is now finally the correct size of thing. Arguably it goes a little unnecessarily far here. So we can maybe limit that a little bit. Just because we're going to save on UV space. If we do this, we try to somehow map this a little more sensibly. And here we can just do, we can like move it that way a little bit. And why not actually just collapse those? Yeah, if somehow the player manages to get the camera over here, which they really shouldn't, then it's still gonna cover it. They need to sort of go behind that whole mountain for that to actually be visible. And maybe we can do the same thing here. Let's see. Yeah, Yeah, so the player can definitely get up here, and you can see that, oh, we're actually cutting off out of it a piece of the thing here. I mean, it's not going to be red, but you can still probably, even with like the green plane there, you can see the cut off there. And you can even sort of see the edge here. So we should probably move this, make it a bit longer in this direction. I think this direction here is probably fine. You can't really see that, oh, it's actually like the edge of the thing. It kind of just looks like the horizon, and that is indeed the point. So, what do we do here then? Let's do something like extrude that way. And then maybe take those and add a face there. Kind of round it off a little bit more. Yeah, because now we used to have sort of like the whole side of the level in this Blender file, but now we don't. The side of the level is still roughly, it covers like this area here, so you can sort of see how we need a little more space here on this side. Let's actually move that a bit further still. Something like that. That should be fine. And then we need to put in a face here. I don't know what's the easiest way to do that. Probably not this, but whatever. Snap to vertex. Would that be enough? I don't know. Perfect thing to start a Sunday. I'm glad to hear that. Right, you can still see kind of the edge there. Right, we need to actually move this quite a bit further back still. All right, let's do it then. My rendering distance is clearly still not enough, so now it is. That should do it. See if we can like extrude that along Y, something like that. Maybe that'll be fine. It's like you can't really see this corner here though, so we can probably like merge those two together. Something like that. And it's important we have this thing here because it's the cutout for the pit there. We don't want the pit to get the same issues we had previously. This looks all right, I think. Because yeah, you can definitely get your car up here. The camera might be more or less like on this height more than anything. But still, I kind of want the plane to look like it's continuing in that direction even more. And to that end, I probably actually need to... I think my original plan was that this cliff here, this low poly cliff here, is kind of supposed to be part of this cliff, so I kind of need to connect that somehow. Well, that's a different thing. Let's not worry about that for now. Anyway, I think now we have sort of like the boring things set up. Now we can start to tessellate this however we want. And so that is the question. What do we actually want to do with this? This corner here might actually be completely unnecessary. Like it's there. We can just make it go away completely by adding a face there, and then just dissolving those two and merging that as well. Actually, just dissolving all of these three edges. Oh, okay, that's not what I want to do. You can see Blender kind of struggling with drawing some of these lines at this they're sort of they're not. They almost look like dashed lines, depending on where you put your camera. But okay, let's see if we can actually dissolve that now. Yes, I can. So that's fine. And then we can move these two to that. And maybe we can move that there as well. Make this look a little more a little more regular, right? So now if we want to tessellate this, how do we actually do that? I haven't quite decided yet. We probably don't want to tessellate it more than we sort of need. I mean, it's not a very highly tessellated mesh now, of course, but we kind of don't want that to be the case. What's going on with my snapping now? That's strange. Like the whatever that knife green box thing is there is just jumping all over the place. I think that's again because we have these things are just like all around the place. Yeah, look at this. It's just doing some really strange things. Why would you do that? Don't do that. Okay, well, if you put this down to like 1,000, yeah, it's still doing the same thing. It's like it's kind of tricky actually to get it to snap to that thing. Look at that. It's completely crazy. What's going on? I have vertex snapping on, yes, but I mean snapping is typically only if you hold the control key like I do now, then it jumps. If I let go, then it doesn't snap. I think this has to do with this ridiculously large mesh that we have here, several kilometers away from the origin of the Blender file. It's probably the reason why. Let's see if we go here to bump up the drawing distance again. What did I have? Was it 4,000? Yeah, like look at this. This is now what we expect. If we go to a vertex here, closer to the origin, it just moves very nicely and snaps to the vertex there. But then you go to this guy here, and it's just like, whoa, what is going on? It just jumps around very erratically. So it's just a floating point precision thingy. That's stupid, but hey, let's try to make it work. Still, only seems to really be a problem with the knife tool. Just join that. I guess I can subdivide this like 3 times and we'll get... I just wanted to basically do this, not have this super huge polygon there when we have tessellated the rest of the thing. Right, so now this is more or less a grid, except for this thing here, but let's not care about that. Yeah, if I could move the thing around, but I don't really feel like doing that, since this is just a plane anyway. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Let's update and keep editing, which allows us to actually save the data in the level file. And now then, if I wanted to, I could tessellate one of these areas a bit more. And we probably want to do that for some of these things. So let's take like these areas and we'll subdivide them a number of times. Maybe something like that. And now we can just pull up on some of these guys. And you can, even if you want to, you can turn on the proportional editing and then just grab it, bring some of them up a little bit with you to create sort of a hill of some description. Not sure I want to keep it like that, but let's see what it looks like. Yeah, so now we get sort of hills here in the actual file. Maybe we can put back our great plane material now, so get the correct depth. Actually, I kind of like doing these height thingies with this red material. Just a little bit. I don't want to make it super obvious that we're working with a fairly low poly thing here. And here we can even do something like, we can do like a bevel of that vertex, right? Something like that. And then rotate it like along Y in like 2 degrees. Actually, I probably don't want to put like a hill right in front of this road here, but I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Where were those? Right, so we have the rocks over here. They can't be seen now because we have the wrong material. But now they can. So I mentioned previously that there's like this small intro level, which is supposed to be out here. Which has like a little bit of a... Oh, that's like a small rock that you're driving sort of through or over or whatever. Probably, if I have a somewhat recent version of that place. Right, so that thing that's kind of smoking there in the background, that is the level that we're working on. I just haven't put in the smoke pillar yet there. That smoke pillar material was actually the particle system that we copy-pasted earlier today. So this thing is sort of what you're supposed to be seeing there from the level. Pretty far away still, but yeah. This kind of thing. If we're being, canon and everything, so kind of want this sort of silhouette to be visible there. I think if I remember correctly, this shape that you see here is actually visible there in the level. Yeah, you can see this mountain here is actually the same as this mountain. So we kind of want this mountain here, significantly smaller rock sort of thing, to be visible from the level in some shape. I'm just going to put that on the other screen, and I'll see if I can low poly model that in Blender somehow. Right, let's actually bring this down quite a bit. There can be a little something there, but really doesn't need to sort of be anything significant. So maybe take these 4. Probably actually only these 2. Subdivide them a couple of times. I think that one is probably like what we actually, where we should do a little bit of modeling. Actually, let's take all of these, and then a bit more, and even a bit more. Right. I mean, the fog does most of the work here, to be honest. If we just turn off the fog, you can just see, like, oh, it's a box. I put on the fog again, and it's like, oh, it's a mountain. That's a mountain, clearly. Clearly a mountain. Then we have, like, maybe this guy. Maybe that guy. Subdivided a couple of times. And let's bring that up. Probably rotate around Y a little bit like that. And still some more. Bring that down. To be fair, I can't even really see it, but maybe you can when we apply the correct material there. And now I think actually I wanna take these guys away. We have a bunch of these. Some of them are really important because they're these background mountain thingies. It's actually just, I think I can find the correct ones like this, and turn off the fog. Off the fog, thank you. And see, that's a mountain. Let's not remove that. Well, let's take that out. These 2 guys away. They're just sort of sporadically added here without much thought to have something there. But now we can add that little something using this plane instead. Mega city towers in the background, yeah. Yeah, this planet that this takes place on is supposed to be mostly uninhabited. It's sort of like a colony world. And so I don't think there are any mega cities around. It's shade smooth, but maybe I don't think the smoothing doesn't necessarily matter all that much, but still, let's do like an auto smooth thing to not have it just be completely crazy. Right, and then we can take like, how does this look like now from the game? We need to put on the fog again. So it's right over there. Yeah, let's make a little bit of a silhouette on this guy. Probably like those things. Like that. Just rotate a bit more. What do we do then? I'm just kind of winging all of this. Just needs to look like there's something there. Reinforce the idea of like, well, something. And again, the fog is doing most of the work here, but the fog doesn't really have enough. Like that thing is a bit too close there, isn't it? Yeah, I think we can't do these boxes this close to the level. So what I'm instead going to do is something like this. Let's get rid of those faces. I want to. And then just do something like this. It is of course important to note here that this is not a height map. We can do like overhangs and things if we want to. They're quite supported. We need to subdivide this a little more. Oh, what? That's not what I wanted. Yeah, I'm clearly doing something stupid here. I wonder what's going on with these, but I bet we can actually, I bet it actually makes sense to like tessellate these by hand just to have this. Yeah, like otherwise you get like super weird triangles like this. Or you might get super weird triangles like that if you don't like look at how it actually tessellates these things. Right, that looks a bit more sensible. We'll even do one more there. Except I don't necessarily want one more there. Yeah, that looks better. It's just like a small feature in the terrain. That looks good. That looks good. All right. In a little more than half an hour, I'm going to take a lunch break. Just so you guys know that I'm gonna go away for a little while. Then I'm gonna come back. And then I'm gonna do this crazy thing where I continue working. And you're welcome to hang around if you want to. I think I'm gonna be lazy and just copy paste this thing because I think it turned out quite well. So let's like duplicate that and move it off to the side probably. And then I'll do like, what should I do? Is that a bit too far away? It might be a bit too far away to be seen by anyone. Okay, then actually I'll do this. I'll cut those things away. See, 180. Just rotate it, and then we can fit it there. But we need to be a bit clever about this now. First of all, I think I'm just gonna merge these guys here like that. Bon appetit. Well, thank you, but it's not for like half an hour or so. So let's not get carried away. I'm sort of thinking about this in terms of like, yeah, this is a grid, but it's of course not a grid. I don't have to really think about it like that. I can just do this, and then I can move it here, and then I can get rid of some vertices over there. And then if we want to snap this, let's do it's active, and then right, and then I need to actually make that the active one, and I need to snap it over there. And now things don't line up. Well, that's fine. Let's keep those there. Remove one vertex. That's fine. Why are you not? Oh, by distance. I'm doing it by distance. That's stupid. I'm not sure this really matters how I merge these things together, but or indeed if I do it. But I guess it might make sense to do it. Like the edge cut and no edge loop adding is just completely broken again. Like typically you get this. You can add an edge loop somewhere where there's like a line of something. And here, with this, if I wanted to add an edge loop here, I don't get it. Like, what's going on here with this thing? There are no vertices there. I just got a vertex basically. Yeah, a vertex. It's annoying. Okay, let's do it another way then. If I do that and then I subdivide, yeah, now I get some edge loops. It's interesting to see how some of these tools in Blender just get tripped up by this distance thing completely and just basically break down and not work at all, and other ones are obviously implemented differently, so they don't have this issue. And that's fair. I mean, it's not not a problem. Just interesting to see that that is how it is actually implemented. Right. One thing with this, which is kind of annoying, is that this thing will have a huge axis-aligned bounding box. And I think basically wherever you are in the level, you will be sort of inside that axis-aligned bounding box. So this thing will just never get culled. If that matters, might not matter. Yeah, face orientation visualization also breaks down. You can see like, what is happening here around these boxes? Blender's weird sometimes. Yes, that is an understatement of the year. Blender's always weird. You have to kind of like it. You have to kind of like that it's weird. Break the mesh in smaller sections. Yes, exactly. That's exactly the solution to that, and that's probably what I'm gonna do. Just to perhaps avoid having to render the whole distant object pass altogether in some cases. We do have some distant objects, as you saw previously, like the clouds, for example. But they are not always on the screen, and they can be called away. While this thing, just as it is now, probably like basically never get called away. So I think it definitely makes sense to cut it up. We'll take like these guys, and with that one as well. And actually, I want these surrounding ones too. If I proportional editing on, oh boy, selection is just broken. All right, like so, and I scale it along the Y. In fact, I don't even need proportional editing on. I can just do it like this. I think I want some of these things to be a bit more smooth, like so. Finish editing. Let's see what we have. Right, now everything is difficult to see because this is using like a grayish thingy here, but let's make it like a blockout green, which is kind of like probably the closest blockout material to what we actually then want in the end. And yeah, I think this is starting to look kind of nice. Looks like there's something there, and you get this parallax effect if you manage to actually like move the car. Well, okay, you can drive along this border here, you get a little bit of parallax there, so that's nice. I wonder how much the sculpting mode could do for you here. It could do quite a lot. But I mean, I don't really need that sort of fidelity here that the sculpting mode allows. I can give you a quick demo here. In Slide, in the previous version of this, I used sculpting mode quite a lot to do all kinds of things. The asset fidelity in that game was a bit higher. Until I realized that I'm just like never going to finish this game if I keep doing things like this. But here's like the hydro plant, for example, from Project Slide. Yeah, you can see some painted things here where there's like a house that goes onto here. That's why it has like this weird stuff. And this is like the low density version of it, so I've done some retopology of this into like a game ready asset that looks like this. But then if you go to the high density version, this is like a sculpted thing. And this has, as you can see, has a lot of vertices. And this is where you can really start to like, you can do things like this, where you just sculpt like imperfections into the whole thing kind of nicely. And then out of this, what you typically do is you bake a normal map. And then you get this nice shadowing here. That's just baked into the normal map. If you look at the actual tessellation of the mesh, it's kind of like low poly, like this. So yeah, I did a lot of this for Project Slide, but like I spent probably 3 or 4 days just modeling this one thing, and then I decided at some point that it's just way too big of a thing for a single developer. And indeed, the art style was one reason why I kind of rebooted the project. Art style was one thing, the combat AI was another thing. Combat AI might have been, I might have been able to actually get a decent combat loop going, but that was never the true focus of Slide anyway. So I think this Means project, which now eventually became Traction Point, this is much more sensible in that sense. Okay. Right, do we want to do something else here? Add more of these imperfections. I will take this guy and copy it one more time and put it somewhere here just to add a bit more. Like this, this is supposed to be sort of like a window out onto the plane here. That's this whole area is kind of just like something I wanted to sort of make it more clear, like whether or not the player is here in the beginning, or if they're like driving around the place, they should occasionally like get a glimpse out onto this thing, because this is sort of like a story point in the game narratively. And so this whole part of the level is here just so that you get that glimpse again. And we're driving here, and so I want this window out onto the plane to be kind of interesting. Let's put something there. Still enjoy watching all videos we drive around the Slide. It's pretty fun. It's a fun project. It's still probably the game that I would like to make. But let's make this first, and then maybe we can use the Means tech stack to do a slide-like project, or maybe Traction Point 2 will have the sort of intended combat loop of Slide. Right. So where should we put this thing now? So the pit is over here, so we want to probably put it like somewhere over there. Let's just remove some of these again. Oh, not dissolve, but remove. completely. And then I'll just actually take all of this, duplicate it, move it over, and let's rotate it just like freehand. Let's YOLO it, because again this is not actually. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, again this is not actually a height map, so there's no need to treat it as a height map. And then actually UV mapping this, or unwrapping this, this mesh will be interesting, because like I want almost all of the UV space to be around here, and the rest of it will just be like basically a single color. So that'll be interesting. Fold that there and merge those together. It'll be like a fan like this. Make sure that this is actually roughly in the correct place. Right, so we have a big pit here, that's fine. We'll fix that in a sec. Yeah, and I think it is in a pretty good spot there now. Could maybe even be a bit closer. Let's move it a little bit closer. Just take this guy and yoink it this way. Get rid of those as well. And I think some of these will actually have to be probably merged. I'll actually do that instead. Edges. That looks more sensible. And then here we'll need to do something. Actually, just let's merge those at the center. Let's merge those at the center. We have some points there that will get sort of auto triangulated by Blender. Let's hope it actually does a good enough job and we don't have to do anything about it. Something like that. Then we'll do merge at center, merge at center, merge at center. So I think we can just merge all of those at center. Maybe we'll want to have just like sometimes you can get some really sort of weird knife issue again. Sometimes you can get some kind of weird rogue triangles if you don't put in some of these like relief seams or relief edges here. I'm gonna try to avoid that if I can. Let's merge those, the last one. There we go, and then merge that one. So that would be that. Now we can like mess with this a little bit. What should we do about this? That seems like a very silly edge to have. That too, actually. It's completely unnecessary. gonna have to. If I'm gonna start messing with these, I'm gonna have to actually make sure that they are tessellated sensibly. Otherwise, I can't blame Blender for doing it poorly if I just don't pay any attention to it myself. Let's do something. We have quite a bit of tessellation here, so let's do something interesting here. Something like that. I'm probably putting way too much time into this already, so let's try to limit this to some. Oh, not last, but center. And again, this just kind of makes sense to do to help Blender out a little bit with like where it is allowed to just kind of fold these guys together. And of course you get less geometry with this way. Then you can hope that it does something like this. What? That's not what I wanted. Like that. You can still pretty easily see the edge here, what I'm doing, but it doesn't matter, it's on the back side of this anyway. Right, so now we have like three sort of small hills here, features, and then those larger ones over there. It's probably fine. Right. Yeah, there's a little bit of something there. Like it just sort of suggests a larger world than what it actually is. That's kind of what I'm going for. I wonder if this would be cool if we kind of lifted up this whole thing. We don't really have the geometry for it currently, but we can always try. Fold those together. That would be at the last one. Same thing with that. And then something like this. So now we should be able to like bring up this kind of like a small ridge going on here. Let's make sure this is done. Yaewewe says ooh. I hope that's a good ooh. And I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Alright, something like that. Is that like... Is that interesting? Can you even see that? It's kind of tricky to see. There's a little bit of a ridge going on there. Might be kind of fun. Yeah. I think that will do. I think that will do. Yeah, look at this. Here we have something wonky. This is just pure wonk town going on. So what Blender has done here is created like one or more super thin super thin triangles there. So let's help it out a bit. This is exactly the thing I was trying to avoid, perhaps poorly. I don't exactly know what this vertex here is, but I think I'm gonna keep it and triangulate it this that way. Hitting the wrong keys here. We'll have a very thin triangle there. That's not super nice, but we're gonna do something like that. Maybe that is better. Let's see. All right, so now it went away. And we see that we have a bit of AO actually going on here. If we turn off the SSAO, it goes away. So, nah. It doesn't matter because we won't be able to see it here from the level anyway. Yeah, it's a little annoying that when we have the wrong color now here, but I think when we actually get the correct material in place, it should be kind of nice. Yeah, this will work. We can actually paint those roads there on the terrain as well. That's gonna be neat. And what would actually happen if great plane. Yeah, I mean I could go into the material now and change that texture to something else, but I don't know, do I have something greenish here? Green? No. No, I don't. The branches maybe. Branch new simple. Yeah. It doesn't work like that's a texture for a large plane like that. Okay, well, anyway. Berlin noise tileable. What would that look like? No. Looks like pretty nice. Unsurprisingly. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna mess around with that anymore right now. So, what I'm going to do now is save this stuff. And we have it actually as a quick mesh. So it's saved in the level data. And maybe I should send it. Send it away. Let's do that. Let's do like a finish editing from here. So basically I think the next thing that we'll need to do is, yeah, we have some wonkiness here with the UVs. The next thing that we need to do is actually UV unwrap this guy, and then quite simply put a texture on it, where most of the texture space is going to be over here. So it's going to be like non-uniformly distributed. That's going to be interesting. I haven't done like a whole lot of that stuff. And then we can paint these roads here, and then we can even paint like, if this is like predominantly green, and we can paint like a little bit of gray or brown or whatever on these hills, accentuate them a little bit. And that's gonna be nice. Right, so here's the other level. This is kind of what we're trying to emulate. Well, this level is not as far along as I'm sure you can see. So I guess we'll change this level then to match the one that we have if need be. But this is just an intro sequence. So anyway, shut that down, and I'm gonna do lunch, and I will be back right after that for some more stuff. If you need to run during that time, then thank you for hanging around, and if you're still here, then see you in a little bit. Alrighty, hello! Nice to see we have at least a few people left in the stream. Maybe we can gather a few more. So let's get back to it, shall we? Bon appetit now. Well, thank you. Right, so we have the UV wonkiness here. Let's turn off the fog again for a little bit. This texture is of course very handy to use in these cases where essentially we want to verify the sort of UV density of these areas. Right, this is actually a separate object completely, but it's actually sort of contained within this now. That's probably fine. But what I could try to do, as a very first thing, I will actually somewhat soon want to get probably out of this quick mesh system and just have this as a normal mesh in Blender. But let's use this still a little while, because it's the benefit of having it is that you can make these quick changes, and you also get this chunk of the level with it. I mean, you can still keep this in a Blender file, of course, if you want to, but that then kind of blows up the size of the Blender file quite a bit. So I'm gonna wanna basically unwrap this guy, and most likely gonna do it gonna want to do it in such a way that we have almost all of the UV space mapped to this area here, and then the rest of it doesn't need to have all that much. But let's handle these guys, these blocky mountains here separately, because these guys are essentially the only thing in here that we can't UV unwrap just from above. Let's actually cut them out of this whole thing, and I'm thinking I will do... These are so far away that it almost doesn't matter at all what kind of UVs they have, but let's still try to do this in a somewhat nice way. So I think we can just do it like this. Should be reasonably easy. So we have essentially like this section here. Boop. That would be one UV island. Then we have this section up here on top. That would be another. Just folds right out. And then essentially we have like this rest of the thing. This selected piece kind of folds down like that. And with this, actually, you know what? Let's just take that away. Why do we waste any UV space at all on these back sides? They're completely unnecessary. Like so, right? And then we basically don't need these seams at all. You can just clear them. And we also don't kind of really need to mark this as a seam. If that makes sense. Yeah, I think that should be good. And then we have the same thing here where we basically... Let's actually undo that and then put the seam up here instead. Hop. So now if we actually go here to the UV editor, can see it's all messed up, all kinds of messed up. Now we can just UV unwrap it, and we get two reasonably nice sets here. So that should be like that part, yep, and it's completely separate. And then we have that part, which is also completely separate. Why is it actually wonky like that? Who made it wonky? Like so. Should be basically completely straight, but it's actually not. It's interesting. I've done something strange here. Right, now it's completely straight. I mean, it has literally no impact on the visuals here, but it's probably nice. Okay, and then we have this large part here. So let's put a seam around this area here that we consider to be important, and I think it's basically like this. Maybe we go as far as that edge. Hammer. Yeah, let's go all the way around there. Oh, what am I doing? I didn't mark it as a seam yet. So mark seam, and now we can UV unwrap. Oh, but we still need that one as well. There we go. So now we have it. Now we have it as a separate island. And this is now the thing that we will then sort of scale up to cover almost everything here. But this thing is just a weird shape. Since we have a seam going already here, let's actually keep going. I'm gonna mark something like this maybe. How do we cut this actually? Let's go maybe behind that one. That could be one part. And then, how do we cut this up? Maybe from there, up onto there. Would that make sense? I don't think it really matters all that much. Basically, I think I want this to be probably like a 1K texture. Yeah, 1K texture is probably enough. Actually, let's make a small change here, because I think we can probably like completely eliminate this edge here, or like the seam, sorry. Seam is what I mean. Drag that to the side a little bit. So yeah, I think I want to actually subdivide this once and then just slide that along. So if we cut there, maybe I can actually cut this now with the actual cutting tool, because we're close enough to the origin here. So then we can clear that seam. Instead, I will mark that seam. Yeah, that looks better. We don't have that weird outcropping there on one of the islands. Cool. Now we have an extra vertex there that we can remove, like so. can get the stats here somewhere. The stats were moved somehow. Statistics. There we go. Right, triangle. 1,700 triangles. Is that like a little excessive? Is it a little excessive? It might be. We can put a modifier here. And what is it called? It's called dis. No. Let's see. Deform. Yeah, what's the name of the modifier that simplifies, that like removes things? It is called decimate. Thank you. Thank you, brain. So now if we what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? There's wireframe. Right, so now we can sort of see how it simplifies things for us. Without really making it all that much worse. So we're starting with 1,700. If we go to like half of that. Yeah. Yeah, you can see sort of some of these things getting a little wonky. And it is of course removing quite a lot of stuff. Might not actually make any difference if we have that or not. Okay, let's maybe add it back in when we are actually in a Blender file where I can properly use those and store them and all of that. Because this Blender sync system is a little bit wonky with that, all of that stuff. And with that in mind, maybe it's actually time to put this into a proper Blender file now. So we'll go to Map Refinery, large cliffs, blah 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 blah, cliffs, curves. Let's make a new folder here for the plane, and make a folder called _work. And this is where we can save this stuff. So what I typically do is I do like save as actually. We're being completely correct here. I think save copy is what we actually want. Put to desktop and we'll put it in the hijack blend file. We can finish editing, and we can actually shut this down now. This thing. So we have this this quick mesh thingy sort of saved here as a almost kind of like a safety copy in the level. But now we can go. We start up a just completely normal Blender instance. Like OBS Studio is using like half of my CPU. That might be an issue with AMD cards, I guess. It's using like 10% of my GPU, but I think NVIDIA cards are just, the usage is typically better. But of course that then affects the game performance, so maybe it's not actually that bad that we're using most of the CPU to do the encoding here. I am using the AMD hardware encoder though, so not sure what's up with that. Right. Means data, work folder root, app refinery, plane, and work. That's where we want to save it. Get rid of all the stuff, and then append from hijack blender object sync target. This is now the huge thing, and we want to go here and just set this to not 4000. Yeah, these things are kind of annoyingly in a row here, but I'm not sure if that's really an issue. Probably isn't. Right, but now if we do the whole UV unwrapping thing again, and we quite simply unwrap this, well, it gives us the same thing it currently has. Actually, one of these look like they would perhaps want to have a little bit of relief here, stress relief. There's quite a bit of stretch here, and I wonder why. Like, I think this thing should be quite easy to just fold onto this guy. It doesn't look like it is. Why is that? Like, you can see that all the lines are straight here, and this top just comes off. We've seen that actually. It's just this strip here. It's just completely independent from the rest of the stuff. So then, why doesn't this side just fold neatly onto the side? Maybe the Blender UV algorithm somehow doesn't realize that it can do that. That is so sad. Yeah, I mean, this is what I essentially want it to look like. So it's kind of weird that it doesn't give us that, but oh well. Yeah, same thing with this other one. Clearly it sort of doesn't realize that, hey, I can just do that. What if we like make one of those a seam? Does it work better? No, not really. Not really, no. Alright, let's try to figure this out. Right, here's a quirk. Here's another Blender quirk for you. Like if you have this button pressed, this UV sync selection, it's kind of nice because it sort of syncs the. Whenever we click here in the view, gets selected here and vice versa. Can be kind of handy. But the interesting thing here is that I don't know if it's interesting, but I stumbled upon this a couple of times. Like if you want to move this UV island somewhere, if you have the sync going on here, then because it shares some points with these other ones, you can't just move this without moving those other islands as well. You have to like temporarily deselect that one, and now we can move it without messing up those other ones. So the deal now is that we want this guy to have the most space, we want those other guys to have much less. We scale these down to like 0.3, 0.4, maybe 0.4 is fine. We take this guy and I think just move it here and like scale it up even more. Like so. It gets almost everything. And then we just take these pieces and rotate maybe 180. Scale up. Nope, not that. Yeah, UV unwrapping is sort of like an art more than a science in my. Well, it's a little bit of both, to be fair. Something like that, maybe. And we have these small ones. Grab, scale, grab, scale. Rotate 180. Put there. Scale that as well. Alright, something like that. Maybe that's good enough. And so the idea now, of course, is that if we now save this, we want to save it here into this plane work folder. Plane.blend. And now we can actually even just export this guy. And we'll export it outside of the work folder, but still in the plane folder, with the basis presets, which just sets like the C-axis being forward facing and all of that. That should actually probably be all we need. Now we can make a new blueprint. And we have refinery level specific. Plane. It needs a transform and it needs a mesh component. And this is where, if we later on, if we want to actually chop it up into different parts, we can just have more mesh components here under the same object. So that's fine. GI type is none. We don't want that. We don't want it to block the nav mesh. We don't want to render thumbnail, I would assume. And no offsets anywhere. That's fine. That's fine. We don't need anything on the server, really. No. Level editor, sure. Asset browser, no. Just client and level editor will be good enough. and that's it. So I'll just reload the level editor so that we get that blueprint. And basically what we want to do now is copy the position of this quick mesh version that we still have in the level here. Get rid of the fog for now. There we go. So we have this guy with its wonky UVs still, and yeah, we just copy that, the transform of that, and then we put in a plane here, plane, like so, and we set the transform to that. And now we have two of them overlapping, which you can see there's a lot of Z fighting going on. Let's just move this quick mesh version like maybe 50. Oh, that's not actually what I want. The move snap is what I want. So we'll move it 50 units below the top one. And you can see them both here. So that gives us this. So now we have a lot of UV space here. We have a little bit of UV space in these other places. We have surprisingly little up here. Why is that so bad? Is it just that this got significantly smaller than the other ones, or what is the deal? Let's see. Yeah, it's clearly that. So we need to functioneer these around a little bit. Let's see. We definitely want that thing to be off now, by the way. Then scale that up a little bit. Let's get like these 4 ones rotated and moved out of the way. We can then fit them somewhere where we have place. So just move these like so, and we can put these guys back into the holes. Maybe I could do this better if I really put my back into it, but it doesn't really matter in this case. The important part is this big one. So, and the big one is positioned basically. I mean, we have a bit of margin around it, but it's positioned basically as well as it can be. Right, so now we can just export there again. We get it auto-updated in the editor, which is nice, of course, and that looks a bit more sane. Right? So now we can just take a texture and we can paint some things on it. And now comes like arguably the hardest part of this whole thing, and that's like determining what should actually be put in the texture. Like I'm thinking that we might want to actually just use like a black and white texture where I will put, where there is white in that texture, I will actually apply some of this brown here. Right, or maybe where there is red if we use like the different channels, we could have like the red channel would be this gravel color. The green channel would be this sand color if we want to have sand as well there. And the reason I'm thinking of doing it that way rather than just encoding the colors in there directly is that if we later want to change the color of this, we can just do that with a color in the shader, the material. Right. Does that make sense? Thinking it probably does. Yeah, one argument here would be to actually still do a little bit of tweaking to the UV map and make this area get more, or at least like this area here, get more UV space than the rest. Like that's kind of low res. So it's basically like this area here, right? Or is it actually? Yeah, no, it's this area. Yeah. Let's do that because it's so simple to do at this point. So we still need most of the detail there. Still want like basically this guy to have the majority of the UV space. But then we want this guy to have quite a bit as well. Right, something like that maybe. This is again now sort of like a 3D puzzle. Oh, no, not a 3D puzzle, but a puzzle. How do you fit these pieces together so that you do it in the optimal way? Maybe that's pretty good, and then yeah, I think that's probably the best version of all of this. I can even maybe just rotate this a little bit, which in theory should allow us to even scale it up a little bit. Yeah, I think that's good. All right. Yeah, so now we have a bit more resolution here, right near the level. It's probably good. And the most is here. Okay. Okay, so what do we do now then? Let's make a new material. Let's call this material paint. Oh, texture. Fuse BSDF. This should give us like a color, which it does. Yay. And image texture, which we can plug the color into there. And then we need to create a texture, so let's make a new one. I'm going to make this 2K texture, but I think we'll probably want to have let's do like plain color placement. Doesn't need to have an alpha. And we'll save that there. Plain color placement. And it's completely black, as we all know. And now basically what I can do, and what I perhaps should do here, is append this other thing, because this allows us to see where these roads kind of are, right? If we want to try to match it to like whatever is painted here. That makes sense. I think it does. Let's call this plane. And we'll call this surroundings. Like so. Except the plane is kind of surrounding this area, but anyway, in like a Blender sync terminology, this would be the surroundings. Right. So we want texture paint, plain color placement. And let's do RGB, just red, the red channel. And I'm painting with the mouse now, so let's see how this goes. Might be kind of weird and wonky. But you should be able to do something like that, right? Let's bring the strength down like to actually very little. Oh no, that's not the. It's not the strength. That's the strength. And that's a little too little. Maybe 0.2. Yeah, the strength can actually be. Let's try with like a very, very, very small strength. And the radius can be reasonably small as well. So let's try painting with the mouse now. It's not the most fun thing ever. We can see a little bit of red appearing there. I think like we'll want some in these directions. One there, one over there. right? Does that kind of look like a continuation of those roads? I think maybe it does. Can have a little bit more of this stuff here as well. We'll see how this actually turns out. Might be that I have to paint this somehow differently, but kind of nice to get rid of that glow there. But that also means that it's kind of difficult to see these actual like shapes. What if we put the opacity of the wireframe down? Almost nothing. And then maybe take away the floor. Maybe that is like the easiest way to see how this actually flows. So painting a little bit of whatever we end up using the red channel for. I think probably gravel on these hills here. Just sort of following the shape of them. But I'm doing it sort of faint enough that you have to do it quite a few times before it actually sort of makes a big difference. Which I feel is sort of like what you need to do if you're painting with the mouse. Alright. Yeah, I think this looks kind of promising. I want to have the road sort of kind of the main road, if you will, sort of go through this area here. Yeah, something like that. Let's go with this. We can look at what the texture actually looks like. So here is the texture. It's a little bit of stuff on top of these hills. And then we haven't painted anything here yet, but let's see how this works first. So save that file. And we'll want to save a copy as well of this. Put it outside the work folder. So this will now get picked up here, as you can see, by the converter. And also we can see it here in the asset browser. plain color placement. And I think I actually want this probably to be like a non-sRGB texture. We can make it maybe BC7 compressed. That's what I'm thinking. Like that. Right, and what if we now just go and stick this into the material? It will look kind of terrible. Oh, we probably need to reload the resource file paths. There we go. Plain. There we go. So just save that and export it. We should have it here like so. All right. And that looks kind of terrible, right? But we can sort of see the idea now that coming together here. You can kind of see like, okay, yeah, the road is kind of sort of continuing in that direction. Okay, cool. However, it's still far from acceptable, of course. Now we want to sort of map these colors that we're going with here onto the terrain, right? And we probably also want to get this terrain pattern material going. So how do we do that? Let's think about this a little bit. Diffuse color and diffuse color, ambient color, and specular color. These are sort of not necessarily exactly what we want here for this one. Instead, we want something like grass color and maybe gravel color. So if we make a new color parameter here, we'll call this grass color. And set the grass color to the same value as we have here in the terrain. And we'll probably use like I think the ambient one. We can copy it like this. That would be the grass color. Then we have the gravel color. And it's probably this one again. And then we want to sort of blur between them based on whatever we get out of this texture here. So let's pipe that into, let's see, a vector decompose. Just drag that over there. Vector decompose. And basically we have like a base color. Right, we have the color vector, which is not that actually color vector parameter, just the grass color. Right, and then on top of this we want to put we want to put the gravel. I'm just thinking out loud here. So something like this, right? Then we put the gravel there, we hook that into there, we hook that into the diffuse texture color and probably also into the diffuse color, like so. And look at that. Already looks more like a thing. Looks more like a thing. Of course, we use the the ambient color for this. Yeah, so maybe we want to have, let's rename this as ambient color and gravel ambient color. And then we want to lerp both the ambient and diffuse colors. Let's see. Call that something completely different. We'll call that like color placement texture. And this now needs to be color placement texture. We'll just actually get rid of, I guess. Specular color can still be there. It's just a black. We don't have any specular highlights on the terrain, or on this plane at least. Let's get rid of ambient color altogether and diffuse color as well. Grass ambient color. Then we want grass diffuse color. Gravel diffuse color. We can get those out of this terrain as well. So it's basically that one. That would be grass diffuse color. And that would be gravel diffuse color. Right. So this would now be the diffuse stuff. So grass diffuse color, gravel diffuse color. We can put these guys together here to their own thing. And then we copy that. And we hook that into there as well. And then we have grass ambient color, gravel ambient color, and we hook that into the ambient color. Save, build, and let's see what we get. Closer, but still not exactly what we want. And the reason it's not exactly what we want is that the terrain materials are annoyingly not exactly matching with like what the rest of the sort of standard materials. So the meshes use standard materials. The terrains don't. But we have here something that I created in an earlier stream, something that is reasonably close. Not exactly close, but reasonably close. Terrain mesh.bin material. So let's open here. Terrain mesh basis node material. Have a look at what this guy does. So we have like, it's a pretty standard material actually. It also uses specular color of black, so that's good. We have the diffuse and ambient colors here for the grass, so we can plug those and move that off to the side and copy those into our plane guy here. So we have it here, the plane diffuse color would be that. It's interesting because that's like actually significantly darker. Why would that be? Oh, we'll see. This should make it darker now, right? Yeah. I think the thing is though that we want to hook the texture resource. Let's get a texture resource going here. And this is the terrain pattern. So we actually want to plug that into the material, but we can't actually use this UV because as we all know, the UV coordinates are sort of, they're not like in a grid here. So what do we do instead? Object position, object color. Yeah. I kind of need the world position. This is the world position, right? And so we can hook that up into something. We need to sample the texture. And we need to plug that into diffuse texture color. That should give us the correct green. Alright. But we can't use that UV directly there. So instead I'm gonna do probably decompose. We're gonna use a swizzle node. Not something I get to use every day. So we use a swizzle node from the position, and we want to get the X and Z expression out of that. And then we have a vector operation. We multiply that by something. Do 1 for now, and then we'll plug that into UV, right? Hey, look at that. We actually already have somewhat close. We're somewhat close to what we want. But we don't have the pattern visible here, and that tells me that the whatchamacallit, scale is wrong. Let's put something like 10 and see where that takes us. Which way we need to go. Did that help? Not really. Let's put 0.1 instead. Hmm. 0.5. That's weird. Let's just give it like the same UV coordinate all the time. Does that actually change it? Yeah, local to world. I'm just making sure I got my facts straight here. So basically we should be able to do, let's do something that way we can clearly see if something is correct or not. I have something like icons here, so let's do like an icon combat. And we plug that in there, right? Okay, so there we have our icon, that's good. That's way too small, too. Right, so it's the other way around. The object is just so ridiculously large that, like, yeah, that looks better. That is kind of closer to what we actually want with this this terrain pattern thing here. Right. So now let's put that pattern there again. Darker. Right. Now we can see. Now we can see the pattern. Now we just need to make sure that they match, and they match basically perfectly. It's just exactly what I wanted, basically. Right, and now we can make that that gravel a bit darker, which I kind of suspected I would have to do. Make it just a little darker, and we'll make the gravel ambient color just a little darker as well. Like so, and I actually want the grass to be a bit brighter. Just very small changes. Yeah, it's a little desaturated. Maybe I up the saturation. 22. And 26 something. I'm just doing this by eye now because that's better, but still not enough. 27. Oh no, what did I actually do? Yeah, 27 is what I want. Saturation up. I'm just doing this by eye now because there's like a background piece. Just basically needs to look good enough. That's pretty good. It's almost perfect. Now we got a little too dark. Let's bring that saturation. Like when you are adjusting saturation, it's kind of often that you get your darkness levels messed up as well. Yeah, now it's a little too dark. It's just like lighten and brighten it up a bit. Yeah, my shader compilation turnaround time is annoyingly slow, I have to say. All right. I think that's pretty good. So this is already somewhat good, not super good, somewhat good. And here's a little bit of an issue because I actually sort of stopped drawing this when this edge approaches here. So I need to continue that a little bit. And also these roads are like super faint. But we can of course multiply that road operation. Just put one of those guys in here between these, multiply, drag that in there. Something like that, then we can make them like twice as powerful. That's already better, but yeah, needs to be tweaked still. I'll just try to get these colors set one more time. I should really have sort of moved these to just a file where I could copy them out. It'd be easier, but I think I veered a little bit off course there with my color settings. Right, so now it's a little too bright, clearly. So bring the light down, up the saturation. Now the saturation is pretty good. Maybe just like one less. Huh? Those changes are so small that you can't actually reasonably see them. that's probably good. And then we do the same for the gravel. The gravel I don't think I've actually messed around with at all, so let's just make it a little brighter. And a little less saturated again. Yep, that's better again, but still not quite enough. And maybe that is enough. Alright, I should probably try to get this thing down here to that level. Something like that, and then try to make these guys meet where these roads actually lead into the background. How does that actually look now? I think the edge is probably alright, but we need to make the sort of fall off here, or the sort of ramp down larger. Oh, actually need to tweak that grain value a little bit. That's better, maybe even just a little bit more. Right, so the problem here is that we need these guys to kind of overlap maybe a little more. Oh no, that's not actually the problem. The problem is that since this is a distant rendering object, if this thing is sort of sitting in front of it, you kind of get this weird gap there. Right? If we move that like away. Yeah, I'm not sure that's actually the problem here. But basically what we can do is simply move this guy a bit closer to the terrain, and we should have that gap filled in. Right. Yeah, there's a very small movement there. That's probably fine. No color picker tool. Oh, you mean like in the editor? Is that what you mean? Then no. I wouldn't even really know what to pick. typically what I do is this instead. If I can get this thing to open. Right. Yeah. You just create a new thing from here. Yeah, anything goes, and then I use this guy, which can just pick from any program, and you get the color here. Actually, I wonder if we go to one of these colors, advanced edit, and we pick here. Yeah, look at that. I can actually pick from within the editor, because I can pick from one of these color dialogues. So that actually does work. I don't have to use an external program for that if I don't want to. But like I said, I wouldn't really know what to pick here, because like you have like a base color that's modulated using this pattern texture, which you can see here. And then of course you might have painted some other colors there, which sort of breaks that whole thing, makes it not that reliable. And then if you have like grass on top of it, it modulates it even more. So it's better just to copy the thing out of there if you can. At least that's how I see it. But yeah. Sure. Yeah. Now it's a valid thing to ask. No doubt. No doubt. Let's try to see if we can get these roads to somewhat match here. And that was just a whole lot of something. I need to paint a little more there in Blender, and it's not like the easiest tool necessarily to paint in. Or maybe I'm just bad. I'm just making a mess of this now. Let's see. Let's do this again. You can see the edge there quite clearly still, but oh, and do we still have that issue? Still seem to have that issue with the terrain sort of being visible through the thing there. Okay, let's bring the plane a bit closer still. So that we really can't do that. We really can't see through. Now it seems to be the case. Good. Yeah, like I was saying, you can clearly see the edge there, but I don't think it will be very visible when we've done enough of this magic. And then I'll probably want to have some other colors there between besides this green and gravel as well. And here I can actually just sort of, I can change the direction of this road a little bit here. It's arguably easier to do it here than do it in Blender. Also, one thing that we can do, save this, go here. Let's go out of this texture paint into object mode, and then maybe we'll want to actually put in like a small sort of detail edge loop here for this. Should be fine, should be quite doable without messing up the UVs or anything like that. And then here in this, on this most important quads, you can put in some detail. Detail vertices here. I don't know if I'm making it better or worse now, but let's try this. All of this stuff involving this background plane thingy is just like I'm just winging it. I'm just making things up as I go. I've never done anything like this. I'm like trying to match like a ridiculously large mesh like this to like a level. I was kind of thinking this is most likely how I would like it to work. But yeah, there are quite many things to consider here. And I think all things considered, it looks kind of decent already. Yeah, remember, like, let's see. So basically this is as close to that edge as you get, unless you somehow manage to hack your way closer. And the camera in the intro sequence sits at about this position. So considering that, I think this edge is not super bad, but hey, look at that. Still have some of that stuff seeping through. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do here? This is actually something that's come up with my terrain system. Something that typically comes up with terrain systems is that you need something called a skirt, like this. Just put a skirt there. You can actually see the skirts. You put your camera below the ground. You see these things here in the distance. As we sort of move through the level, the skirts become smaller. They're like very big up in the distance, and then they get smaller as you get closer to them. And the skirts are there to prevent sort of pixels from being sort of visible through the terrain, like this. So now if we export this, of course I haven't UV unwrapped that, so it's probably just gonna get like smeared across that skirt there. But okay, so we got that doesn't look super nice. Yeah, you can see the skirt there. Yeah, I just got like dragged across it. Sorry. So that's not great, but what we can do here is, well, I need to actually give this some UV space, probably. But what I also will do to help with the lighting a little bit is just to bring this down and then to the side slightly. Like that. That pretty much fixes it completely, but I still want to probably make sure that it looks correct. It's kind of difficult to find it now though. Why is it so difficult to find? Is it because this terrain here is in the way, or is it just further back? Yeah, not sure. May have to revisit that at some point. Looks pretty good now though. Let's give it a little bit of UV space so that it's just not completely borked from a UV perspective. What's going on with my blender here? That's weird. You know how in Blender when you put your mouse here it's supposed to turn into like a crosshair and then you can split this view? Well, it doesn't work. Oh, back to previous, that's why it didn't work. Yeah, okay. I'm just bad. I'm just bad at Blender. Right, you can, okay. So if you go like Control Space, then it now shows you this back to previous. I wonder if that's like a thing that came in like 4 point something. Because I'm pretty sure that didn't used to be the case. Yeah, the nav mesh stuff. We've looked at the nav mesh stuff a few times in various videos. So if you want to know a lot about that system, then I suggest you check out the two videos on the driving AI, which I put out recently. But basically, yeah, you have two nav meshes currently. So the main nav mesh looks like this. You can see where it sort of cuts out holes because it's close enough to a wall or an edge or something like that. And then you have these nav mesh paths or areas. You can also set up like a large area, but these are just paths that specify where the roads go. And so then the cars try to sort of follow the roads rather than driving off the road. And of course they can drive off the road, but they try to follow the road as long as they can to get to their destination. And I think actually the nav mesh is probably not completely up to date currently. I should probably rebake it. Actually, looks kind of reasonable. Then we have another nav mesh, which is the mother nav mesh. I mean, you can have as many as you want, really. But you have like the nav mesh for the mother, the mother vehicle. We can draw them both so that we can sort of see the difference between them. Like here, for example, the mother is so big that it doesn't fit in all the places where the other vehicles fit. So, for example, here you can see that if we turn on the main one first, like small cars can just drive under this monorail here. They have no problem doing it almost anywhere. You can even drive on top of this, on top side of this rock here. But then the mother doesn't want to drive under this monorail, except here and here, apparently, where it is guaranteed to have enough space to sort of fit under this monorail track. And so in one of those videos that I mentioned on AI, I demonstrate where you have like the mother vehicle and a scout here, and then you order them both to go here. So the scout just drives under this thing, but the mother vehicle then goes around and up that way. That sort of thing. And then you still have nav mesh obstacles, such as like this gate here, for example. When it's closed, kind of looks incorrect now because it is closed. But if you look at this in the game, it sort of cuts out a piece of the nav mesh here, which then goes away when this gate opens and closes. That sort of stuff. And there are like soft obstacles and hard obstacles. Soft obstacles need to be avoided, but if they can't find a path without running into a soft obstacle, then they will choose to do that typically. Hard obstacles need to be avoided at all costs. You can't ignore a hard obstacle. That's kind of how it's set up. Right. So if I select these, where do they end up on the UV? They end up over there, right? So it's just a line. Let's try to unwrap that then. So I'm gonna save this because I might just completely mess up this thing now. Right, it went there. Okay, interesting. And of course, that's not really what we want. What we want is basically to put it here. Again, kind of just doing this by hand for now. It's eating up that space there that I'd rather not have it do. Okay, it's not a problem. Just move it off to the side then. And that's fine. Oh, and also the reason why the skirt UVs got kind of smeared is because in the material in here, we're actually swizzling with XZ to get like a UV coordinate to apply the pattern from, which basically just means that we're projecting this texture with the pattern like straight from above. And so, of course, if you have a surface that's like goes straight down, then it's not gonna get any sensible well, X or Z coordinates depending on which way it was going. Right. Anyway, I think that's probably good enough for now. Let's do a little bit of a tweaking of these guys still. Oh, that's actually probably all right. Something like that, then we can just export that away. Yeah. Yeah, so the videos they want to watch is like this car driving game AI status update, and then even better car driving game AI. These two guys. They show the nav mesh in action. Flatten this a little bit to make it sort of meet the plane a little bit better. Not sure if this is strictly necessary, but oh well. Might as well do it. And yeah, I mean, still regarding the nav meshes, I don't think I'm doing anything particularly novel there. It's just pretty basic nav mesh usage, and almost all of the functionality is provided by Recast and Detour. There's like one or two things that they don't actually give you, that you have to implement yourself if you want the same kind of thing, such as the hard and soft nav mesh obstacles. That's something that they don't do. So basically what I'm trying to do now, if you look at this here, you can quite clearly still see like a somewhat straight line here. I'm gonna want to try to make that a little less straight, especially here where we're actually not driving. If I can just bring this in like ever so slightly, maybe it can then go back out again a little bit, something like this, and just break up the silhouette there a little bit. Yeah, that's already better. That's already better. Right. Yeah, this painting here is not perfect by any means. Oh well. And we're gonna want to actually make this quite a bit more gravelly, these things, if we want it to actually show. Let's go here to this window again. Here you can just like, this could just be like basically a single color and then just a bunch of fog on top of it. So let's make that happen next. Oh, I think by the way, some time ago, I think you two you were asking about like what is making a weird chirping noise. I think I finally figured it out. It's actually my my Xbox 360 controller. Like, has one of these triggers has like a squeaky. It only happens like every now and then, but yeah, that thing is kind of old. It's like an original 360 controller with a cable. So that is what is making that noise that you were asking about like half a year ago or something. So yeah, it's an Xbox 360 controller trigger. It's making it. I need to probably get a new one. Alright, back to previous. Let's do a little bit more painting. Texture paint. Save this and then save that. Center on this guy for a bit. Quite a bit more stuff on top of this dude. Concentrate on the front, of course, because that's the only thing that's really visible to the player. I think we're gonna want a bit more strength here now. Make like the strongest point, this tip, right? I think that makes sense. Where's the fall off? There's the fall off. Let's make the fall off kind of tight. Tight fall offs are tight. In the words of Ryan George. Yep, that's probably good. Let's go to this next one here. What do we do about this guy then? ridge that we did here could benefit from getting a bit more noticeable, so I'm gonna make it pretty gravelly. Like that, maybe. Then we have this guy. Make this really gravelly, this top side here. Gravel town. Yeah, that didn't look good. Let's get rid of that. Then what about these roads here? So like basically what we could do, what could look kind of interesting is if we actually sort of made them a little bit like pressed into the earth, into the ground, depressed, if you will. Just like these rows that we have here, they're sort of like a little bit of a pit. And I think we can actually afford that quite easily, but we'll see. First though, how is this? Yeah, we need to do something about this. This border here, but let's actually save a copy of that, and we should be able to see our beautiful gravel here on the mountains. Take the fog away. Yep, gravelly mountain number 1, number 2, and number 3, or hill maybe I should say. Yeah, it's not super noticeable, but I think it's just enough to signal to the player that there's something there. That's kind of the idea. Well. Yeah, that's gonna work. I might want to try out the decimation still, but we'll see. We'll see. The decimation, of course, will probably break whatever we do now if we try to actually make the depression there for the road. So yeah, we're gonna have to somehow exclude that from it, but I think we can do that using some sort of vertex group or something. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so save that once again so that I don't break this. I think I'm gonna want to be able to draw this in like one stroke. I think it's gonna be good otherwise. Let's see. Something like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I think like annoyingly there's a little bit of a limitation or bug you might even say in this terrain painting, where I don't think you can actually paint the very last pixel. As you can see, it's sort of there's a little bit of an edge there. That's just because the last, or texel I should say, last texel in the splat map is like unreachable. I may be doing some sort of rounding or something, which kind of just rounds up or down, depending on which edge it is that you actually can't reach. But I think it's like the the 0th row in the texture essentially is kind of unreachable by some of these painting tools. And so that's a bit silly. But I think it's probably quite good enough as it is. Yes, linear filtering then takes that and runs with it. And I mean, I should probably fix that. Let's be honest here. But I have so many things to fix. Let's see if we can we hide it with like one of these decorations. Make it less noticeable at least. Not really. Not really. But it doesn't really matter. The camera will be at roughly this height anyway, so you don't even really see that. I mean, you might still see that. Oh, okay, there's something fishy going on there, but I don't think you'll see that particular thing. How far does that actually go then? I don't think we can not necessarily see it here. Well, we can see it if we switch the material to something else, and you can do that actually. You can just do an override material, and we can use one of those blockout ones. Really handy for this sort of thing. Except it's like a single colored thing, so it can be a little tricky. But yeah, okay, here we can clearly see it's going that far. It's going that far, so it's actually, yeah, that's interesting. So actually these problems stem from the fact that I'm trying to hide a border between two render passes. Like, if we're being completely honest, that is what is causing these issues. You can see here that it looks kind of alright, except like the depth is wonky here, right? But then you go further away, and there's like some sort of smiley mouth appearing there. And it is basically it's the two two render passes there saying hello to each other, causing those kinds of issues. We can, however, probably paint on top of that skirt. Let's hide those surroundings. And let's paint on the skirt now that we have some more UVs on there. I actually did paint on them already. Okay. Let's paint some more. You can do this. You can just select only these guys. filter everything else out. Oh, still a little more. It's not gonna match, obviously, but I'm just kind of winging it here once again, seeing what sticks. Oh, that thing's actually quite a bit wider than the skirt currently. Hammersley. What is that? Oh, that fixes the skirt at least. Yeah, I don't know what Hammersley is. Might be something really handy, but... Oh, okay, right, yeah. Yeah, that could maybe be done if you could somehow detect the. So basically, what you want is sort of a dissolving thing, you know, like if we scale this decorations up a whole lot, and then I move the camera back, you should see this sort of dissolving. I guess some people call that like a dither fade or something, but I think the correct term is dissolve. That sort of thing could be done if we can detect the proximity, the distance to the terrain. But yeah, I think that's maybe a little overkill too. If we have more of those cases, then sure. Yeah, I think that skirt painting actually handles that kind of nicely now. To be honest, I've already spent more time on this than I thought I would, so I might want to kind of curb my enthusiasm a little bit for this thing. What is kind of obvious here, though, is the fact that this thing is like we have a lot of height differences here, and then all of a sudden it's very flat. So maybe we should do something a little bit with that. I think we should do something a little bit with that. So where are the roads? The roads are right on these quads here. Yeah, so just subdivide those a bit more. And why don't you want to subdivide? Okay, you do want to subdivide, you just don't make any edges in there in between. Just thinking out loud. Yeah, no, it's no problem. I accept and welcome suggestions. Absolutely. I welcome suggestions, but I reserve the right to say, I think this is good enough. That's basically my way of thinking here. Let's do something like that. Yeah, it's not a bad suggestion to do something like that. If we had a lot of cases where we had these two render passes meeting, then that's definitely something, or that would definitely be something to look at. Okay, so a little bit of height difference here still. I think this is one of the last things I wanna do now with this particular area. Getting kind of bored of this already. I'm not bored, but it's like I don't wanna spend more time on this. I have other things to do, so let's see if we can do something here to make this a bit more interesting. Yeah, that's like, I was thinking I might have wanted to actually dig that thing into the ground a bit more, but maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I'll just lift up some of these vertices a little bit and see how that looks. Oh, I'm not excusing myself at all. Don't you worry about that. I'm just explaining my thought process so that people don't feel like I don't want suggestions or anything like that. I'm all for suggestions. So it's not something to worry about. Yeah, I've had people like in previous streams also going like, yeah, you don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to say sorry. I'm not saying sorry. That's not the thing. I kind of just explain my way of thinking. Just a few more of these ridges. Lift up a little bit. It's a very subtle thing. Not sure how much of this is actually even sort of visible there in the scene. Maybe a little bit something. Looks like it's not really all that visible, so maybe we need to either paint this a bit more or just lift these up a bit more to get sort of the lighting to catch this. Now you can see it on the shadow of the mother vehicle there, but not much more than that. Yeah, might be that this actually does it. It's also the case with this trigger here, that this guy is just a plane. This thing, of course, is here so that the mother vehicle has something to drive on, because we don't have physics collisions for that. And currently it's just one slab of physics blocker there. So might want to do something about that as well. I wouldn't want to necessarily put a tri-mesh there if I don't have to, but maybe I could do that as well. I have a feeling that the mother vehicle will look a little bit floaty now during this intro. It's just running. Yeah, because it's clearly like driving off that blocker there. Let's move it a bit lower, at least. Yeah, well, that's better. I think that's probably good enough. At least until we have the rest of the scene in a better state. Alright, so what if we now drive there? Yeah, absolutely. I can just take a few of those polygons and use them as a tri-mesh for the physics. Absolutely. That is very doable. I think this actually looks kind of alright now. Like, this is as far as you can go. Like, here's the invisible blocker. The camera can't go any further either. And yeah, I think this is... looks pretty reasonable. We could put a rock or two out there on the plane to have it signal a bit more life there. But I think this is pretty okay. We might want to put some more grass here, just as far as we can, basically. Oh, there's a little bit of see-through there still. Let's see, we should be able to actually hot reload that mesh here right in the game. So let's find a camera position where you can see a whole lot. I can't really see a whole lot ever, but yeah, we have this thing here. Let's try to get that. Gonna leave this running and just move the skirt down a little bit. Like that. And then we do a re-export and see if that goes away. Boom, there we go. No longer there. Oh, sorry, hitting my microphone here. Do we have any other places where you can see through? I don't think so. Yeah, I think this area is pretty much done, sort of geometry-wise. You can even see these bumps that I put in now quite clearly here with the fog. It's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. Looks pretty reasonable. Let's drive to this window that I keep calling it and see what that looks like. Yeah. So here we have a bit more UV space here. I think I want to paint something there. It's basically like this area here. Let's do a little bit of painting here to use this UV space for great good, basically. So save that probably if I mess this up somehow. And of course we can paint outside of those as well. They're just gonna have much worse texture resolution, but if you do this sort of low frequency stuff, then it's not really gonna matter all that much. Well, the idea then is you can take this is now 2K map, you can then take just specify in the you can and then just specify in the resource browser that you actually want it scaled down. For runtime use. Something like that. Let's see what that looks like to have the game running still. I don't. Let's keep it running. Make good use of that hot reloading of ours. Okay, so something like that, and then save a copy there. And there you can see some crap. Some crap out on the plane. I think it looks like reasonable crap. I probably want to add some details, maybe some trees and things here too, basically. And here we have all kinds of things meeting. We have like a mesh, and we have a distant mesh, and we have a terrain. Need to fix this up similarly when I get that far. I kind of feel like this road here is wonky. It's a wonky road. Let's make it a bit less wonky. Just make the roads here a bit more faint, because they're kind of faint here on the plane as well. Yeah, so what we could do here is just add one more grass area. The grass area ends about there. So we could have one more. Just allow us to like put grass in this area here. We can't really paint grass outside of a terrain because it's using, well, if we add a custom grass material, but it samples the grass color texture, which is not rendered for this plane mesh. So we can do that like easily. Which one is that? It's that one. What if we just copy that one? Move it over there. Edit state, remove all grass, reset lighting. That's typically what you want to do if you copy one of those guys. Actually, we want it kind of wide, but we don't need it that deep. Even a bit wider. Actually, we have a bunch of grass there already. No sense in painting anymore. Just use it for these places where we don't actually have any. So it's like basically here. Right, actually, move this right to the edge. Right, something like that. There we go. Yeah, like double grass, overlapping grass areas typically don't look good, and they can get just like ridiculously expensive performance-wise because of all the overdraw. So you don't want that. You really don't. Only downsides to them. So, right, there's no grass here at all. Good. Then we can use this guy to put that in. Alright, I'm hoping this will actually be visible. I'm a little worried though that this will kind of highlight the edge of this place, so let's see. Put the grass there. Right, what is like actually, how visible is this thing? Yeah, like it's a little visible, right? I don't know. I do have a feeling it's kind of unnecessary. Doesn't really, just about visible from this distance, so nah, I don't know. I think it's maybe a little annoying, not annoying, but a little unnecessary to have it here. They're gonna go without it for now. Just save a bit on memory there. And performance for that matter. All right. Just a few more painting tweaks here, and I'm gonna consider this done. I think this might still be a little too small, this pattern here. That's the other way around maybe. Yeah. I think that is probably better. It's weird that, like, when you look at it from sideways, these roads they look completely like unaligned. And then you go like whoop, and it's just sort of sliding into place. Like, hey. It doesn't really matter because you're not going to be looking at it from the side. You won't be able to access this place. It does look weird though. Yeah, I'd like to have a smudge brush for my painting, just the same as Blender has. Those roads then started to look pretty kind of natural and nice when I smudged them. I don't have that sort of thing. I think it's called smudge, isn't it? No, smear. Smear is the brush that I would like to have. This stuff that I have here is, as far as like texture painting goes, it's kind of bad actually. It's a little blotchy and spotty. But it gets the job done, I guess. Yeah, I think these guys are pretty alright. This is a weird road. This doesn't look like a road at all. Needs a bit more directionality to these strokes here. Alright. Well, that looks reasonable, I guess. It looks reasonable, I guess. I wonder if I should do a little bit of that kind of painting here in the other places of this plane. I can use like a really big brush like that, and that's a little maybe too big. Bring bring down the strength just a bit and paint away. Yeah, I need to smear those again. These things. Smear, 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 smear. Not that. Not that much. Smear, smear. Yeah, you can sort of erase those places where you have clearly like started and stopped a stroke with your mouse like this. Smear is awesome. Oh, that was weird. Feels like a pretty heavy effect though, like a pretty heavy operation to do a smear. The machine is just taking a sort of a break every time I do that, so. If we smear this a little bit, yeah, it's just super heavy. It probably has to do with like how many texels it has to, yeah, clearly it has to run through the smear. Yeah, that doesn't look good. I can smear it just a little bit of smear. What's this? Soften. Do I want to soften this somehow? Actually, do I want to smear these things? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's probably good enough. Save that and save a copy outside of the work folder. We'll see what we have. Yeah. Yeah, I mean I can paint there in the far distant plane as well, but I don't think no one's really gonna see that anyway, so it's really making any difference. It's like this road that runs over this of this small ridge here might make it look a lot more realistic if we take that into account and just actually flatten this here. How would we do that? Probably like, let's see, edit mode. Like so, and then we would like cut into this. And actually, let's actually extrude this downward. This is going to be strange, but I think it's going to work. How do we handle that part? Let's see. Right, like we obviously don't want it to sort of go into sort of a pit here. That's not what we want to do at all. We're gonna extrude those. No. So then we can move that up. Actually, no. Let me do this again. This is not a. I'm barking up the wrong tree here. So now the road here. Let's cut it like this instead. Probably like that, maybe. Right, it's triangulating this in a stupid way again. Okay, it's doing this basically. So let's see if we can figure this out. This knife is just completely broken again. Oh boy. Yeah, I can't actually latch onto that edge there. That's stupid. Okay. Okay, now that I have this, maybe I can just do that, right? And then cut from that to there, and then like there. Let's see if that makes more sense. Won't have to create any weird ghost edges there. No, not extrude, no, but rotate. And I think even scale these down a little bit, but scale them individually. Like so. Yeah. Kind of like that. It got a little weird, but it's still think it's gonna probably work. So if we have the road there, now we do this. It's kind of cutting out a piece there, making it a bit flatter. That was a lot of work for almost no gains. But okay then. Okay then. Looks like a bloodbath. Yeah, it kind of does in the texture painting. Looks a little bit bloodbathy, for sure. Right, but I think this is probably a good place to consider this plane somewhat good enough for now. I think we've reached the point of diminishing returns here. Yeah, a few more decorations would probably do nicely. I think. Also, I had some idea for some sci-fi-ish things that would be placed in that previous area that I showed earlier in the stream. The place that you're actually sort of coming from. So if I put those in, then I will have to put in some low poly representation of those here. But I think this is starting to look kind of interesting, awe-inspiring. This place is meant to be super empty, sort of like weirdly empty. This plane, unnaturally so. I just have to make it look like it's actually like supposed to be that, and not just like me being lazy, not putting things in. But we'll see. I haven't spoken like a whole lot about the lore and setting of the game yet, because it's sort of like in flux a little bit. But we'll see. Yeah, 3 or 2 wouldn't hurt for sure. That is absolutely correct. Whoa. Now we can drive down here without getting weird glitches with the sky. That's also good. And drive to the very bottom of the pit. And still look up at the sky. And the moon. And everything. Yeah. Yeah, some of these are now clearly more detailed than others. And this guy here is quite clearly just like two boxes put together now. And this is much more nice. But yeah, I can easily make those background boxes a little more detailed. It's not a problem at all. All right, nice. So what about that decimation that I was thinking about then? Should I try to decimate some of these places at least? Not sure. Let's see. Like if I select like this, or should I maybe, if I want to select all of them together, should I do that and then like that, and then do like that maybe? I think I actually want to triangulate that thusly. So now we have sort of just like these areas that are a bit more tessellated. Can I now actually decimate geometry? Yes, I can. Okay. I can do that specifically only for those places. 1900. And you get them down pretty low. Maybe it makes sense to actually do like one at a time. So like that, basically. Decimate geometry, there we go. Yeah, it does some really stupid things here along the edge of this decimation. These kinds of things that I really don't like. Unfortunately, somewhat easy to fix like this. Ah, come on. That is just horrible. Don't that. That's better. And yeah, I think it's worth doing this because you just have so much geometry there for something that's just like 10 pixels on the screen, essentially. I want to kind of look at it from this side when I do the decimation. Half of it, yeah. That looks all right. There's some really gnarly stuff in here, though. Again, get rid of. Oh no! Come on, just that edge, and then triangulate it like that instead. Same thing for that edge, I think. Here as well. This is on the back side, so it's even stupider to have this much stuff here. Yeah, I think we can pull it down to 0.3 without really losing any part of the silhouette there. Take that away, maybe like that, and then. Oh, no, not that, but that. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be just fine. Alright, so we got rid of almost half of the geometry. And we can probably even get rid of more. Stuff like this. Just triangulate that. And then just get rid of this. we have a lot of this kind of stuff here where these areas are kind of densely tessellated, but we don't really do anything with it, so just trying to get rid of some of it. I mean, these edges here, they need to be matched to something. So it's probably gonna make like some somewhat long triangles there, which is not very nice. It's not typically what you want. But what are you gonna do? What we could do is just like separate this heavily tessellated area from the surrounding ones. Because now this thing is like together with this, which means that it probably like tessellates it like something like this. I don't know exactly, but something like that, and that might not be like exactly what you want, but it shouldn't really matter in this case. It's kind of difficult to see any kind of lighting on this shape, to be honest, so it's probably quite good enough, I would assume. Let's bring that together there, and we can merge that there instead, like so. All right, decimated version. There's a little bit of funkiness going on here since I just collapsed so many of those, but that's on the back side, so I'm not gonna mind. I don't mind it. If we're being completely honest, then it might make sense to paint these guys as well with like gravel or whatever, but I think they're so far away that you can't see it anyway. They're just like a dim shadow there in the fog, which is exactly what I want. So I'm just not gonna bother with that. Yeah. Like I said, diminishing returns, but we got rid of like almost half the geometry, so that's probably good. And yeah, now I could chop it up into meshes, and I might still do that. However, I'm not going to do that right now, because if I want to make changes to that, it's easier to do it when it's in one piece. And then later, if we determine that we want to cull it away, then I'll do the chopping. So what that actually means is quite simply just cutting it up into different objects in Blender, exporting them as their own, each as their own FBX, and then adding them as mesh components to that one object. And we shouldn't have to do anything else really. We should just handle everything the same. Right, so we're talking about some trees and stuff like that. If you take the problem with this is probably that if I just place a tree here, it's probably not gonna, yeah, you can see it's its cutoff distance is such that it doesn't actually even render that far. So what I would need to do is to have some like far away trees that are probably like just some approximation of tree geometry, stuff like that. Rocks might work better, but the rocks are gonna show stupidly on top of the terrain like this, even though it's like sitting inside of it. It's gonna show as if it is actually on top of it, so that's not gonna work either. I need some far away rocks. Yeah, billboards or just like low poly tree things. Like you can even do this. You can do like a primitive geometry like this, right? Like I'm not suggesting this exact way is how I would do it, but you could do it like this. Yeah, we need to be a distant object. You can see that if we don't have it as a distant object, it just shows on top of the thing, which is strange. And we can make this some like rough approximation of a tree branch color, and then just move this up. Make a cylinder. Oh, so it's supposed to be a cylinder, yes. Radius 1 is like, I don't know, 0.1. 3. That's a bit much. 2. I think you can see where I'm going with this. Yeah, none of these need to be physics buggers. Hey, faraway tree. Faraway tree. It's so far away. It is the faraway tree. Scale it a bit. Whoop. Oh, we have faraway trees there on the ridge. Doesn't that look nice? Yeah, something like that might actually be just lighter on the performance side than having like billboards. Yeah. And then you can just copy it like 1,000 times. Now we have lots of trees there on the ridge. Yeah, except you would want to model them obviously to to sort of resemble the silhouette of these guys. Well, that might be actually really handy, and we could even place some of those trees if we made them like reasonable. Could place them up here on this plateau as well. That would probably look nice. Yeah, we'll see. See what I decide to do about this. Righty-o. All right. So I've been going for 6 hours. Maybe that would be a reasonable time to cut off for today. This was a whole lot of work for just this plane, but it's a pretty important thing for the overall sort of feeling of this level. So maybe it was worth it, I don't know. Spending a Sunday like this. All right. Yeah, next I'm probably gonna have to look at this part of the level. I need to do the elevator. Make that functional, so that I can finish the mission scripting, like for reals. And then I need to turn my attention to this part of the level. It shouldn't be super like strange. There's nothing like really new here, except for this one place where like we ran out of terrain, so I had to make that with a mesh. Like this part of the level is just a mesh. Whoop. Because the terrain ended, and I didn't want to make a separate terrain object just for that. So that's gonna be a bit of a challenge to make it look correct, but I'm sure we can make it work. Other than that, it's pretty basic, just the same as usual. Decorate these things, paint the terrain, put in some grass. And then once that is done, I think the refinery is next. The refinery is still largely undecorated. Alright, but hey, a week ago this area looked just like a white box level, and now it looks like this. So with like this trajectory, this velocity, in 1 week I'll have this piece of the level in pretty good shape. Let's hope that is the case. Anyway, thanks everyone for today. This was fun. Thanks Tutu for the discussion. It was almost just us two today, but that's fine. Nice to have someone to bounce ideas off. And remember to do all the YouTube jazz. Like, subscribe, click all the buttons. And hope to see you in the next one. Have a good weekend, guys. Bye.